In the meantime, welcome everyone to Little History. As always, my name is Adam, and to those of you who just followed, thank you very much. Today we're playing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're going to start that up. I can see that this is outside my wheelhouse. Well, I can do Victorian, England. I don't know a ton about the Meiji Restoration, but we're going to do our best and enjoy the grand silliness that is this game's take on it. There's going to be a video essay about Great Ace Attorney some point, when I get around to actually writing it. And it's going to rule, because this game rules in every way. It is my spicy take that this is the best adaptation of Sherlock Holmes that there is. So, you know, we're going to be talking quite a bit about Holmes' Victorian literature and all that jam over the course of streaming this game. As always, if you miss any of it, it's going to be uploaded to YouTube eventually, or the VOD will be here on Twitch. And if you're watching the VOD, do consider coming and joining us live, because I promise you it is way more fun watching it live. Now then, let's actually go ahead and get into it. Oh, I am so excited, y'all. Maestrissa, I've seen like one episode, and I know it rules. But I will stand by my spicy take. It'll take a bit for us to get there. I don't think we'll see Sherlock Holmes this week. But we will see Sherlock Holmes, and I expect you all to fall in love with him. Hey look, and the bot just did the thing. Well, as you can see, I have, I have beaten the game, so we're going to start at the very, very beginning. That wasn't the bot, that was Raptorus. Thank you, Raptorus, for, doing what the bot hath failed to do. Niram, welcome. We're having a miniature sword convention, I think.
Of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation.
Oh good, how did that go, Nero?
Waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Well, strong beginning. Bienvenue au La Carnaval. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Sadly, the entire game is not in that art style, which is very sad, because that is gorgeous 2D animation. But honestly, the 3D works. The 3D works. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? We will never match my affair for sheer number of murder accusations. You were correct. But damn it, we're going to try. Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Sword boyfriend! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, until the judge has given his verdict on the case. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryonosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Yeah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these last few days. Yume, university professor, murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I can never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryonosuke. It's so good. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Hume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. I know, right? This is why he is sword boyfriend, Magistressa. Even though they were getting lunch, not dinner, they're still on a date. I'm telling you, there's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura building around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. They're so cute together. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. True. Oh, there are 0 straight relationships in this game. Even though Ryonosuke and Susato-san are real cute together, they are both at least bi. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? Feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Stefan, you are exactly correct. This is Meiji. It is in 1890 question mark? So... You're calling Makotaba the actual murderer? Oh, tragic. Alright then, Ryonosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Cosmo. Hooray! Wolfie, with the tier 1 gift sub to Box of Swords. Box of Swords, enjoy your marginalia emotes. All of my emotes are actual medieval art and early modern art, and sometimes very modern art, but all actual art made by actual scribes in actual manuscripts. So, enjoy all of those. Also, you're one of our best maps of London. Good to know, Nira. But sadly, we are currently in Tokyo. Yeah, this is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryonosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotaba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. And the anonymous gifter for Niram, enjoy your tier 1 sub. Ah, Professor Mikotaba. I've heard that name. Oh jeez. And 2 more tier 1 gifted subs for the hype train. Jim Konos, Grand Chicken Lord. Enjoy your emotes. Hype. This is also the period where sushi starts being more than a large handheld tree food. Basic. I don't know that we'll get sushi. I don't remember. I don't think we'll get sushi in this. I've heard that name from Cosmo before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Cosmo studying abroad. Osogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Yeah? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Osogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Oh jeez, Wolfie with the 10 gift subs. Holy moly, Wolfie. Choo choo. Will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Osogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? I mean, yeah, Maestro, that's assumed. Don't worry about the executions. This is all Cosmo's show. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it! I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then, what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, The judge will propose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. They're getting married! The peculiarities about this trial are that Cosmo is proposing! Bella, thank you for the 500 bits of cheering. Look, Nero, why would peculiarities in a trial ever stop something in the Great Ace Attorney universe? Remember, this is entirely in character in both Japan and Japanifornia. I actually do like the peculiarities in this. They actually are well explained and actually grounded in history. But we don't get into the truly bonkers Ace Attorney level cases for a while yet. But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! And Raptorus with 200 bits of cheer. 96% of the way to that next hype trade. Let's go. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Kind of sort of a thing, right? If you don't show up for your trial, you get ruled in absentia. Just right then and there. And this dude with two more gift subs to finish off. Big hype. Incredible, y'all. Y'all, I appreciate y'all so much. This is great. Get moving, there's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Cosmo's dreams of Velith? Velith with 5 tier 1 subs and Wolfie with another gift sub. Hype. Y'all. Maximum hype. I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. More subs than the Navy. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Alright. As we hit maximum hype, let's meet the prosecution and the judge for at least this trial. 22nd of November, 9 AM, Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. Judicature. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. It's not a word, this dude. It's well, justice and judgment, but unnecessarily fancy. Also, yes, it is known Kazuma is best sword boyfriend. You know he's cool because the aura around his temples in universe makes his headband do that all the time. A secret trial? A trial is closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryonosuke. It's about to begin. It's the same power. Ouchie! I'm the judge. The court will now hear the trial of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defense in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes! Hi? What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that the animation on Ryonosuke's eyes are incredible. It's so perfect. That I, Ryonosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryonosuke? Professor Makoto told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Look, being executed is not important here. This is Kazuma's world. We are all just living in it. Psst. Professor Makoto shouldn't have stuck his nose in it. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, he must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. I love them. I love everyone in this game. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? right? And Stefan, here's the thing, right? This game originally came out on the 3DS. So, and the modeling wasn't as clean as it is on the PC version, but the modeling was still super good for a 3DS. So you've got all the darts and the buttons in the exact right spots, and all the seams are visible like they're supposed to be. It's so good. What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again? Ryonosuke! Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? And... you know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that! It's simple, you can access the court record from the press of RB. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Welcome to Tutorial Land, chat! I just have to press RB for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead, with RB. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Kazuma Asogi, 23. A second-year student at A second student at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Makodava, 42. A medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Takatsuchi Aoshi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, 47, the victim of this case. He was a leading professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on.
Yes.
Hi. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together, after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Chat? Chat. This is a real name of a real frickin' treaty. That way. There it is. It's actually called that. There were a series of treaties signed between the Meiji Japanese government and the British Empire in the 1880s and 1890s, but the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was signed in 1894. It also has the effect that they say it does here, which is that it ended judicial privilege for citizens of each country living in the other. And Yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. Yeah, Magistress, I hate to break it, this game won't talk about colonialism hardly at all. Because unfortunately, you know, either the 1890s or 1900s, first decade of the 1900s, is not a good time to be not in the act of empire building. The British colonies are well known, as is the glorification of the British Empire in the period, but the Meiji Restoration was also a chance for Japan to get in on the imperialism game. So, Korea gets colonized by Japan, Taiwan gets colonized by Japan, there are repeated attempts to colonize Manchuria, from the weakening Qing state. It's grim. It's grim. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about why it's so nostalgic probably quite a bit later, but it's one of the ongoing questions for this stream, because that's something I want to dig into for the video summary that'll kind of be the video essay after this, is why it's so nostalgic and how they're constructing that nostalgia. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you are a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. They're so cute. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Oh, Stefan, it is exactly like that. It is exactly the equivalent of white people going to a Japanese restaurant and calling it high class. Though, to be fair, this is a French restaurant, it is actually trying to be high class. It's just quite bad at it. Look, Niram, we're only going like somewhat Japanese here. I could switch over to the Japanese voices, but I'm not going to switch to the Japanese subtitles. Even though that would make us go hi instead of yes. And then, you know, would be playing Daigyaku Tensaidan instead of Great Ace Attorney. I mean, it's mostly steaks, Stefan. It's mostly beef steaks. Unclear if the steaks are oozing butter. Alright, go full Wing Niram. I believe in you. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was... Ryonosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. But evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and select present. Victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death, 19th November, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body.
Yes!
Hi? Wolfie! We are still figuring that out. We'll just revert back to Kazuma just, like, dominating everyone. If we fail these. But we'll get better. It's our first try. Come on. And we're just living in Kazuma's shadow right now. Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Won't you read, you imbecile? That's the post-mortem report. I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. A post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. I fucking love it. Actually, they're using a whole bunch of stuff. Niram. So, ambrotypes are perhaps the most common? Right. No, this is late for ambrotypes. This is actually, this would be quite late. We could still see ambrotypes being used, especially in exports, but in Great Britain and the United States, it's probably falling out of favor quite rapidly. Tintypes would be used, but what we're actually probably seeing is, what's his name? Collodion. We're probably looking at silver collodion photographs or platinum prints. Given that this is a pure black and pure like gray tones, it could be either way. I hope it's platinum prints because those are rad. But it could be either way, either a collodion with a silver nitrate, or a platinum in a gelatin emulsion. Alright, see you, Stefan. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Photographic print that shows the victim, he was shot from the front, in the chest, and died. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. Also, this one's on paper, which means it's, right, the fact that it's, like, on a loose piece of paper, means that it's almost certainly not an ambrotype, because ambrotypes need to be copper-backed. Right, that's like what makes ambrotypes work, is the copper backing. So, this is almost certainly not an ambrotype in this particular case. Very well. It could be a lithograph copy. Yeah, that's possible, yeah. It could also be a salted paper photograph. If they're trying to take it really fast, salted paper prints were used at the time, and those don't create a negative at all to make copies. So, it could be that as well. One of my classes, we literally did this last week, was look at the history of photography. So, it's actually relatively fresh. I just don't know what's in use in Japan at the time. Regardless, it It would be notable that Japan actually doesn't have them. This is awfully late for Japan to only just be getting like photographs into common usage, because the process existed as early as the 1830s, and daguerreotypes and ambrotypes were in use in the 1840s, 50s, 60s in the US and Europe. So I would have expected, right, that the photographs will be around for like 10 years in Japan at this point, but that's okay. Anyway, let us start the trial. Ouchie T-poses on us to assert dominance.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its witness who is there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Yeah, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is
rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in the crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
The headband is in universe, chat. Look, swords are not going to get banned at this point. Karma shall be our companion for the entire game. They did. You are correct. You are correct that Japan did ban swords in the Meiji period for civilians. It's unclear whether Kazuma went through a bunch of paperwork for the exception, or if he's just like, fuck y'all, this is my dad's sword, screw it.
Witness! State your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnaval.
Hosonaga, my lad. Hosonaga. No. He's got fatal plot disease. Actually, coughing up blood in this is, you know, most characteristic in the Victorian period of tuberculosis. So, yeah, he's screwed.
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some,
Don't worry. We're fine.
It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Wolfie, Wolfie, have you not played an Ace Attorney game before? They're just like this. No one changes outfits. It is a big deal when someone changes outfits. Yeah, so get used to people wearing dumb clothes, doing weird shit, and potentially being a parrot. That was a... Right? This is incredibly mild. We ain't seen nothing yet. It's true. Second trial of the first game, the hotel bellboy brought his survey tray in. In the last trial of the first game, we cross-examined a parrot. Oh, fuck, Magistressa. I had blocked that from my memory. That's in Dual Destinies, isn't it? God, the emotional trauma you just caused by reminding me of that case. I mean, it's not talking about big top levels of emotional trauma, but it is some level. Wolfie, yes, this game is on PC. This is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and the entire original trilogy got a Steam release. So, they are both available on Steam, and they slap. I mean, Justice for All doesn't slap, but the original Trials and Tribulations and Great Ace Attorney Chronicles all rule. You would think a courtroom simulator... You know, that's fair, Magistressa. Also, the last case of Justice for All just frickin' dominates. My name is Yu. We are playing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which means that we are Ryonosuke Naruhodo. We have been accused of murdering Dr. Wilson. And we are now being tutorialized that for how to play an Ace Attorney game, despite having played a lot of Ace Attorney games in the past. I really like Ace Attorney. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about this incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. By the way, Wolfie, if you think this is... If you think Hosonaga is weird for showing up in an outfit like this is the tamest outfit Hosonaga wears in this video game. It's only uphill from here. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, just let me clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But next time you interrupt in an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. No, we won't. Don't worry, Ryonosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryonosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting up opposite him at his table. Magistressa, you got a glimpse. We'll probably keep going. I hope we'll meet Giselle Brett today. I've got an outfit for you.
Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw.
Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy.
No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
He did the glasses thing! Well, you're certainly a very conscientious waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are.
What was that about?
He's been completely calm and collected until now.
Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on the back. Judge Shigoku has an incredible beard. Then again, so does the other judge. The other judge has a great beard too. This game has good taste in beards.
So, the court has now heard a précis of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency?
Oh hey, you just realized he's using his napkin as a stand-in for his sleeve? Talking modestly and discreetly into a sleeve is a typically feminine movement. I think he's also mostly wiping the blood from his mouth using his napkin that he's using to clean up people's messes at the restaurant. This man might not be a good choice for a waiter. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely. Germ theory is rough, but I don't think it takes a comprehensive understanding of germ theory to understand that maybe wiping bloody objects on wine bottles, for instance, is a bad call. Right. Whether that he needs to be quarantined, unclear. But mostly just the wipe blood, wipe wine bottle. It's just a thought.
What do you think I should do, Cosmo?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotaba said it, and so has the judge and prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What's... If the accused is in fact innocent, the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryonosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. God, Kazuma's so cool! Y'all! Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. He did the point. He and me afraid he'd have a mentor speech off? Yes. You know, many... I'm sorry, I can't take this line seriously. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. He just went, I can be your angel or your devil. Yeah. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. The prosecution is in Ouchi. You're gonna break that fact, I'm telling you. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Ryonosuke, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyoryo Korekuta, at your service. Yes or no, sir, and Curio Collector are our witnesses. Ace Attorney Puns. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. That sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiquities and tries to sell his wares to them. Oh, Magistrate, so there are some excellent victim puns. Yes, Kosek, this is an historical, asterisk, Ace Attorney game. It is set 100-ish years before the original Ace Attorney series. And so we're actually in Tokyo, and we're actually going to be in London, and none of this Japanifornia stuff. Right, we are not in the city of San Fran, Tokyo, in the great country of Japanifornia, eating burgers under a katatsu. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Ace Attorney names versus Metal Gear names. Dead Man versus Hot Cold Man. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! What was that noise? This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm not sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. India Mimi Mini, Wendy Oldbag, lot of heart, Dick Gumshoe. Look, you need to add Albert Harebrain from this game. And O.D. Assman as another victim name from much later. It'll take a long time for us to get there, but O.D. Assman is a victim. Turns out he's not a good person, in case you couldn't guess from being named in Odious Man. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. The protagonist is kinda dumb. Yeah, my name is Hugh. Look, everyone in this game is a thembo, right? They are all, there is exclusively himbos. Even the smart ones are himbos. And all the ladies are thembos. It is the charm of the game. You cannot help but love them because they are all pure of heart and incredibly dumb. Again, I'm telling you, I am looking so forward to the soon when we meet Himbo Sherlock Holmes. There are Gaslight Gatekeep Girl bosses in the trilogy games. You're not wrong. There's actually a Gaslight Gatekeep Girl boss in very soon, too. So, you're right, Maestressa, you were right. The two characters, Himbos and Gaslight Gatekeep Girl bosses. Herlock Schultz. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryonosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Yes, he has a knife. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Hey!
The cup of coffee is a distinguished weapon. It is the toupees you have to watch out for.
I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryonosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has heard just eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Hi? Oh, Wolfie. Wolfie, I'm hoping we'll stick around long enough to beat the tutorial. I doubt you'll be away for that long, because it's like a 5-hour-long tutorial. Oops. But... if we get there, you'll keep an eye out for the end of the case. That would have been hilarious. Oh, a long time. Long. I'm going to be streaming long tonight because Ace Attorney will take literally forever otherwise. I'm hoping I can keep these Ace Attorney streams all pretty long because they're worth it. And also, Jesus, they are so long. They're like, it's like 30 hours per game. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Really? Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defense obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is exerting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cosmo is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryonosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. He do be hot, though. I'm telling you. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryonosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Ryonosuke, you're trying so hard, but my lad. Well? Magistressa, you know the rules here, right? Press everything.
Yes.
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just gotta ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Attention! Ah! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If Fuku received medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Shut up! Cutlet is a delicious kind of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, return for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm not trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case! Sorry, I'll do my best. So, next question. It's just me, or do you hear any sort of wah crying noise? Negative! At least we've learned he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. Cosmo's so disappointed in me. Hey, beefsteaks decided the third case ever. You're not wrong. It's crucial evidence. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the mill. Okay, we're not actually going to press everything because, you know, that like quadruples the length of the game, and I know most of the answers. So,
Yes!
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. Tch, what nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Spelled out would be an insult to the court! A soggy slave! Cosmo, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Yasunosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because, look at Cosmo. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak. Sir! What?! The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yasunosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Yeah, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Ah! Got him! I'm telling y'all, sword boyfriend. There's been a complete turnaround in the middle of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. Well, you investigated up there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoei Erakoban, my prized coin. I mean, to be fair, that is a beautiful coin. Right, that is a gorgeous coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop from Ryonosuke, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was still a military man that I preferred my Hoei treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find? I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, for I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. What the fuck, Japan? Why would you do that? Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Duh? My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Yeah. Actually, Mastressa, I mean, since this is a Meiji era court system, it's like they're honestly more accurately exaggerate. They're more accurately exaggerating. Well, actually, I don't know a lot about Meiji era legal systems. My sense is that it's an exaggeration of Japanese court in the 1970s being kind of back projected onto the Meiji. But yeah, like the early Ace Attorney games are clearly an indictment of 1970s and 80s Japanese legal systems. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? As clear as cuticle glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think? Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. He's cute. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than a black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Yeah. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The church is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryonosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Okay, I don't think there's anything to be had there. Don't I?
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there is a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hota Clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryonosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Yes!
I do that too, Niram. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Okay, Boomer. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The victim's medical report card, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. I know, how dare they, right? The evergreen trend of boomers complaining about the youth. Oh, Wolfie! Wolfie! In almost every Ace Attorney game, this is the same prosecutor. I mean, we're 100 years earlier, so it's the same prosecutor's great-great-grandfather or great-grandfather. But it's the same family is the tutorial one. Tutorial prosecutor Winston Payne is a well-established tradition in Ace Attorney games. Perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuta-san. And gasp in pain. Okay, but I wish to examine the court record. I can't actually examine things yet. Ah, lame.
skip to the end. Excellent work, Ryonosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Oh, you mean this?
Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
How exactly?
You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Welcome to Tutorial Land, chat. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the right analog stick to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using the left analog stick, you can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Blah 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 blah, yes, I know. Dear God. Medical report card required for every visit. Name, Mr. John H. Wilson, Hata Clinic. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it, never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, no mention. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Yes, they are, Magistressa. You know it. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and had been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! Okay, I do still want to check the other things, 'cause we've got more conversations to be had. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely! It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident, but there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it?
No one would use those complicated characters to write Keijin. Especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryonosuke! Proud of you, Ryonosuke. Now let's just take a look at the back of the back of it. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... Is this helpful information, chat? The symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on the badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders? A sharp pin for a sharp mind, or something. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere. But then I forget not to do that. My name is Hugh, thank you for the 4 months of Twitch Prime sub. His number is not even hard. His number is not even difficult. 000901. Truly the most overwhelmingly difficult student number I have ever seen. Nay, not that button. This button. Young lad in black. Only person present. Dining all by himself.
Yes!
Hi. Well, I think, how about what are you whittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryonosuke. Everyone stumbles over their words occasionally. I do it all the time, chat. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Kurakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish dribble. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But But that's... remember, Ryonosuke, you don't have to use clever words or fancy language. Just make your point. This dude, have you seen Kazuma when he puts his finger up like this? He is the epitome of anime smug face. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. Ouchie. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who can possibly have perpetrated this This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant? He got the slam! Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure, while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't! Kurakuta-san! What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Y'all be sleeping on Ryonosuke. When he gets going hard. Also dance party. Chat, your dancing emotes. The objection theme. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. As it should be. Marginalia. Continue spamming them. And Bexiller? Hello. Welcome. Spam your emotes. All of our emotes are actual medieval art, or modern art, or early modern art. But we will take all of our emotes. Fill the wall with your dancing. We must dance. I super love these themes, right? This syncopated dotted eighth note rhythm is my favorite rhythmic motive from the Ace Attorney franchise. I mean, they did it since the first game, right? The Pursuit theme from the original. Bum 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 is the same rhythm. And they use it in every game, and it slaps in every game. And thank you all for the emotes. This has been a Marginalia moment. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? What? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Hey! Wouldn't you agree, Ryonosuke? Yes! Most definitely! So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak?
The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it! So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... The victim himself? Me? The two witnesses. An as yet unknown third party. Clearly the answer is me. Me. The two witnesses were eating the steak. Of course. We could also shield our pet theory that there is another person. Just a thought. But no, clearly we were eating it.
Yes!
But I think it may have been me. What?
Objection!
It is not enough that you took the man's life, but you took his meal as well. That's a bee sting on a crank face. Some people seem to think they can do whatever they like. And some people think they can say whatever they like, Ryonosuke. Sorry, you're right, of course I didn't eat it. But next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. Then you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself. Yes, bodily harm from sword boyfriend. Let's go. Alright, I get the message. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... the victim himself, obviously. What? Ryonosuke, come on, pull yourself together. The victim couldn't have been eating at the time. You just told the court that yourself. Oh, yes. Of course, I thought it didn't sound quite right. Look, you've even stumped the judge with that ludicrous answer. Alright then, accusation talk to give me time to think and come up with the right answer. I suggest you think it through more carefully and try not to shock him in the first place. You're right. Sorry. We're not doing all of them. That was actually a misclick. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Hello, Solaria. Come and join the nonsense. Join the team of himbos. Embrace the glory of anime sword boyfriend. Kazuma. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Look at the smug anime face this man has. Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alive. So, if it turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously, you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Not how that works, Kazuma. Complicit? Murder? No! I don't know, sir, with the face. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Magistressa, it has been a charge exactly once in these games. I was just following orders!
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentleman. That's what they told us.
Oh.
What did you just say, Kurokudo-san? No. You were just following orders. No, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman?
When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue.
Order! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Wolfie, the abuse of tables is a time-honored tradition. It is a rare day when we get called out for slamming the table too much in an Ace Attorney game. It does happen though, and it's always very funny when it does.
Ryonosuke, judging from the way that they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it.
What are you saying?
I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can confirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations.
Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly...
Remember how we made progress before?
Before?
We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed.
There's no time to lose.
I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please! Wait, Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing!
And what does the defense have to say about all this,
Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. Just have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head.
This is a bad plan. All 20 million. All of them.
Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Kazuma Asogi is the victim. The victim manipulated the witnesses.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hasanaga-san.
Hasanaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is,
the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come on, Ryonosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant, sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card.
It's the back of the card that's of interest. Not like this! Ryonosuke, please!
I beg your pardon. Perhaps I should have said the front?
Yes! It's the front of the back of the card! That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of the business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... He has the anime glasses! Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Can we get an F in the chat for in Homicide Detective Dick Gumshoe, please? Your salary shall be missed, Detective Gumshoe. Now look here, pal! Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. I mean, Chad also slaps near him. You are an excellent chat. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Velith, the answer to your question.
Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable! As I suspected.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guessed to be an English woman.
Kosek, he may or may not have tuberculosis. Which is very 19th century of him. Good job. He's the least anachronistic thing in this game.
So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say? Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. I would make clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right!
Magistressa, I will bet you money right now that you will fall in love with Hosonaga before we are done here.
One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. Is a young Englishwoman.
What?
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett.
Alright, chat, we have a name.
She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
Our best guess for the name, since this is not really a pun, right? There's no obvious puns here. And she's not really it's hard to say she's a main character. I mean, right, Hosonaga is not clearly a pun, but that's okay. Neither are Kazuma Asogi nor Ryonosuke Naruhodo. But they don't have to be. Giselle Brett is not that, so her name ought to be a pun because Ace Attorney. What? What is happening here? Naruhodo is a joke, it's just not a pun.
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and order those witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies.
Her name is in fact a case of RL confusion, because if you switch out some of the, if you switch out Brett, if you switch in an L in there, Giselle Bullet, which is, I mean, a Giselle gun is a specific type popular in Afghanistan and India in the 19th century, and in the in A Study in Scarlet is said to be a shot from a Jezile soldier that wounds Dr. John Watson. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Ugh!
Inspector Hosonaga! Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezile Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means we'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
Hold up, stop, drama, stop. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem?
Let's go! Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jezile Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes! Your Excellency!
Good. They will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Yeah, Niram. This is why I say you will like Hosonaga. This man gives no shits about his career. Great Britain replies, S-P-I-L-L-T-E-A. Escudo, how dare you imply that Great Britain would ever encourage someone to spill even a drop of tea? This is a desecration of tea culture. Oh boy. You know, we'll stick to the autosaves. I don't want to lose. But I am drinking tea right now, Nira. A black tea with a rosebud in it. Excellent work, Ryonosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. So, way too much of a fangirl. The explanation the game gives is that basically this trial takes place in 1890 ? It's somewhere in either the last decade of the 19th century or the first decade of the 20th. They recently just signed a treaty with Great Britain within the past year. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation, which is a real treaty. And as such, there are some weird rules that apply to foreigners accused of crimes on English soil. So in order to avoid a diplomatic incident, they are simply trying to pretend she doesn't exist. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it! It's terrifying! If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Well... Ryonosuke, I have terrible news for you. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. No, Wolfie, there's no need to apologize. Look, I love showing people Ace Attorney for the first time, because eventually you start out asking all these questions, and by the time you have finished your first game, it doesn't matter which game it is, by the time you have finished your first game, you have fully embraced the brain rot, and it is a joy to watch that arc happen every single time. Miss Jezal Brett. Assumed from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. By the way, shoutouts to Kazuma's headband, again. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up... Oh no! Kazuma Sogi is such an anime sword boy protagonist that he generates his own wind for his headband. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Correct, Drakon. You are exactly right. Ryonosuke Naruhodo is Phoenix Wright's great-grandfather-ish. At some point, they moved from Japan to Japanifornia. So, there's that. Unclear when that happens. Hopefully not in, like, 1942 or something. Okay, 1930... 1942 would be excruciatingly bad. 1938 would be almost as bad, though. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotaba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. Kazuma is such a boyfriend. I mean, they are too cute for each other. Ryonosuke, completely unworried about his own life on this trial, entirely worried about Kazuma's study tour. Kazuma about to throw away the study tour if he can't get a not guilty verdict. They were made for each other. To me, yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he?
If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that the pair of you will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. I'm going to leave you on a Cosmos theme chat, because I do need to use the restroom real quick, but we'll be back and set more water to heat. Because I am almost out of tea, and my throat is going to perish if I run out. So, I'll leave you here with Sword Boyfriend. He'll take care of you. I'll be back in like a couple of minutes, okay? Maestressa, I am a hard Narumitsu stan. It is known. It is known that this is best ship. Actually, I ship everyone with everyone, but, you know, that is how it should be. That is how it should be. Everyone is either siblings, or totally a ship. We do, however, oh, Niram, it's just a circle, right? It's just a filled-in circle with like most of the major characters, right? Because clearly Phoenix and Maya is an okay ship, but it's not as good as Phoenix and Mia, and that's not as good as Phoenix and Edgeworth. Ouchie and the Cold Dark Void of Oblivion. Ouchie and the Judge? Right.
Pearl doesn't get shipped, though Pearl should be in more games, because Pearl will be Pearl and Tracy will get along brilliantly. Kazuma and Naruhodo, and Ryonosuke and Suzato. Exactly, Pearl and Trucy would at least be the best Chaos duo, if not actually a couple. I know, Teenage Pearl crappy time skip design is pretty sad, but Pearl and Trucy, still a good team, still a good combo. If only the prosecutors didn't keep changing. Also, Mia and Godo. Maya and Franziska is good taste. Godo and Mia. Godo and Phoenix. Come on, it is known. Wolfie, please go get sleep. The VOD will be here. We'll try and push on all the way to try and finish this case, and there are 2 sections left, right? So don't stay up, because there's a lot of stream left. Right, there's so much stream left. It will be fine. The VOD will be here. Now, onwards for more tea. Will BRB more? I have to actually, like, you know, now that the water is hot, I need to actually, like, go do the thing. Be right back. Alright. We've done it. I hope you were all entertained by Kazuma Asogi. Fucking incredible theme. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. Well, if that is cursed, that is... oh no. I will say, right, the one popular ship that I do not like of the original trilogy is Franziska Edgeworth. Franziska Edgeworth is a bad ship.
So, this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
Exactly, Magistressa. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. That is sukiyaki, am I right? Yeah.
See, Magistressa, right, the Phoenix Maya one doesn't bother me as much, because they at least, you know... they definitely are more sibling than romantic, but they definitely act less siblingy than Edgeworth and Franziska. And then if you... The thing is, though, right, Maya is a lot of people's second best pairing.
Alright, Wolfie.
Have a good stream. Right, Maya is a lot of people's second best pairing. And...
that's an unfortunate position to be in. Because all the people that there's like any pairing at all to be had for would rather be paired with each other. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Yeah, sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. There's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile that the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on,
you really have nothing to worry about, Ryonosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses.
Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical.
And here is a part I really like. Meiji Japan is freaking obsessed with being perceived as legitimate on the world stage. It's part of the motivation for its colonialism. It's not good at colonialism. It kind of massively fucks up in Korea and Taiwan. But it feels like, oh, we must have colonies. We must become an empire. We must prove ourselves to be legitimate. And this sort of desperation that Auchi is demonstrating is just a really nice encapsulation of that in a fiction, obviously extremely humorous fictional setting, but with a kernel of really weird reality too. There's a really weird push to be considered white too. Yeah, there is. We'll see how that goes when we get to case 3.
Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Well said, Ryonosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. Its purpose does exist solely to seek the truth. Yo, Sophie Quest! 31 viewers. Chat! Spam your marginalia! This is a raid, this is a crisis situation. Defend against the longbow viewers! And yes, we are doing Ace Attorney. I was just talking about the Meiji state at the start, and its obsession with being seen as a legitimate empire. That is leading us to this utterly absurd case. You're also about to meet Jezzael Brett, so you all came in at a perfect time. Look, Niram, you're allowed to make friends with the longbows too. Right, longbows are good weapons, we'll give you that. But this is a swords channel. We stand swords here. Yo, Sophie, thank you for the 4 months of tier 1. Big hype to you. Well, archive people, lovely to see you all here. I hope you all enjoy. Book club raid. Oh yeah, you guys are reading what? First book of the Witcher series, right? You all have good taste. Let's keep going. I need to introduce you all to Sword Boyfriend. Like, you all just came off of Witcher, and I know Geralt of Rivia is a Sword Boyfriend. But, I need to introduce you all to another Sword Boyfriend. Really, this is a T channel. The swords are a bonus. And, a bit dazed with the anonymous gifty tier 1, enjoy all of your new emotes. Also, yeah, if any of you don't know, go check out Sophie. Because Sophie is also a history-focused streamer, and is an immensely cool person. And y'all should go like support her and all of that stuff. Just saying. More friends. More archive friends, more lead-up history friends, more good times all around. Now, let's meet Jezzael Brett. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jezzael Brett. Yes! Your Excellency! Magistressa. Actually, all of our resident fashion historians, get hype! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Chat? Tea. The simpery is genetic! And the 3D animation simps so hard. Go eat some food, Sophie. Enjoy, thank you. Is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival. Am I true? Yes! We know all about you already! Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're short of. Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I? Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryonosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Well, Kazuma, that's because we're dating. Ryonosuke only has eyes for you. Come on, get with the times. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Yes, obviously Cosmo is bi. Ryonosuke is also bi, but also demi.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The outfit indicates that she'll be mid-1880s. Perfect. Love it, Magistressa. If you can elaborate in the Discord on that, I would super appreciate it, because part of my whole thing is trying to identify what year it takes place in. So, if you can elaborate on that, it's further evidence for this game has no fucking idea what year it is. Oh no, she's the Hickok, they only know London posh.
The lady says her name is Jezile Pratt. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You lovely do fine in England, Cosima. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does she?
Fair enough, Magistressa.
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryonosuke.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? Screams in Simlish. You transcribe the English in Lego mumbles? Yeah. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Order in court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Yes! Take the sword! Sword versus swan! Chat? Sword versus swan. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you describe. Oh, Manstress, you'll get a good look at it eventually. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. A beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Yeah. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryonosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! I mean, mood. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Awfully convenient, isn't that? As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden their weapon can be shown, this is mute. This is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryonosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Arrange for a slightly late lunch and press everything! After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are en vogue, isn't that right?
No. She's so frickin' fancy. Yeah. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems, so it is apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So, you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only. A beefsteak.
Yes!
Hi?
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had the tooth removed at Tata Clinic, correct? That's right. Yeah. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Simp alert! So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryonosuke, about the witness's last statement? The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryonosuke. Ding ding ding, Draken got it in one. Got it in one.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with the photographic print. Gosh, that vast face last battle creepy, doesn't it? Just a short while ago, you spoke of the print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. But it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... It's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryonosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here moved the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? Judge, you can speak English. Don't even try this. It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all. She's saying, good gracious! Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? Or do we take it that you are now going to accuse this young, vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the sea. Skip it. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small, handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. Got it, one dragon! No more pretentious accusations, you have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. Is there deeper significance there? It's... Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? They also had lots of pockets in their outfits. Their coats, their petticoats. You could probably stick one underneath the swan, honestly. It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Why is the gun not presented as evidence? Because it's not relevant to the case, Niram. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh no! Not the plot disease! Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Yeah. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is a photograph I thought that would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside! That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. It's inside. Yeah, they actually did have mesh bags. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhado-san. Ah! Ow. Pain. Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of handbag. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just made into the court record appears to have no further significance, we should probably check that. Kermit the Frog the King, jubilant salutations to you too. Welcome. First time chat? Good to see you. We are trying to beat up a woman who is trying to be beaten up by a swan. That's about right? Well, gee. Well, what's all this then? Chat, do you think that's relevant? I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over on the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Yeah. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. No! Cosmo's headband! Niram, you were clearly unfamiliar with the long and glorious lineage of judges in Ace Attorney games. They're all morons. Kermit, I've beaten this game. Kermit, you cannot spoil a single thing in this game for me. I have spent 70 hours in this game already. I got you covered. Batman kills Spider-Man? Dang. Kazuma? Kazuma! I'm sorry, Ryonosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight. For a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content, from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph that the detective produced that we can contest. Which means, there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. About that. Very well. I'll now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. The smug little...
Ryonosuke. Ryonosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence...
Wait, Your Excellency!
Ryonosuke?
I don't think you can rule in this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, the ruling of this case at the time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day of question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryonosuke. We don't worry. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the defendant has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. Well, I could put my finger on it.
Very well. I'll grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Alright, Magistressa. Enjoy your evening. The VOD will be here for the rest of it. And we'll be playing this again on Sunday. Hopefully a little bit earlier so we can, hopefully people can stay a bit longer.
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come on with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing it either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, can't allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. I would see Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We won't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryonosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Well, yes, you're right.
I am.
We can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence?
Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case? Then you would allow it?
I would, yes.
Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. As soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. In black and white. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show us what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for this victim's burn? How about the very cow-shaped brand right there? The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryonosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. But what, if that is the case, we can't know if that happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened on some other, unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, but it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! Ouchie! You got hit. There you have it! Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us, without any question, would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryonosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson no man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beast steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness!
This case has a few holes in it.
Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon.
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, he had the conversation before the food was brought out. This whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet?
Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, then the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
The bigger issue is that Dr. Wilson wasn't the person who had the steak. And metal cools fast. So... incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon appointment.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah! Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? Chat. Fair disclaimer. There's a lot of characters in this game that are super fucking racist. If this makes you uncomfortable, please do feel free to step away. I will not be mad. But, yeah. Content warning, extreme racism.
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
The Queen's English is the most beautiful words in the world. Yeah. Yeah.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of the English gentleman. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this, the lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear our own words on this matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryonosuke.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that's the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Oh, Raptorus. Raptorus. I have excellent news for you. Thanks?
Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. Haha, joke's on you! Joke's on you, Judge! If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Excuse me, a little bit of self-bodily harm. Let's do it.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. He did the thing! Do-do-do.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it cooled even slightly, I wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, they must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Unless you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur, Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace, if someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you might have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace? We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. We currently don't have any.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. Our carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Hello, Hosonaga? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Achi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't quite seem right. Correct. What do you think, Ryonosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. That would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Ryonosuke? There is one thing I've noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if that might be significant? Or might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Let's do it. I believe in us.
Yes!
I believe in us. This is our tutorial for...
Wait.
Hey, look at that. Yes! There it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? Yeah, Draken. She's super guilty. When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryonosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment. Welcome to Tutorial Land, chat. At the moment, we are focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with the A button. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker with the D-pad and focus on the detective, then pursue him with A, and see what's on his mind. Here we go!
Wait.
Let me look around. There we go.
Excuse me.
Yeah! What the? What's the meaning of this? So sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady said next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? Where's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment? If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh. Is that how it works? Absolutely not! The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes! Not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Technicalities! Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have any evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of a crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yeah, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. I told you, you will fall in love with Hosonaga, because the man is an absolute gigachad. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. No, Dracon, Hosonaga just has tuberculosis. Merely a fatal disease. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Hosonaga knows no fear. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination, and the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Well, what will we do with all of this new— oh shit. We shall hit the wrong button and be in trouble. No. Exactly, perfect. We shall hit the wrong button and accidentally present things instead of examining them. Let's just try that again. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask! You could just say that you don't know. So, this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryonosuke, you can't do that! For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence! Oh, no, you're right, you don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryonosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I may have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Let me just drink the evidence.
Yes!
What is this? What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Order! Order! Order!
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who possibly could have done it. Josiah Brett. It was you. This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Oh no, Raptorus, we're only at like the partially go music. Have you in the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem. If I may, I will silence you forever. Shut up! It is you who should be silent. Of course, dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped.
By the way, the shut up is my favorite thing in this tutorial.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already?
I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it!
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector?
I do a test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We can find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief Coroner himself. No.
No! So guys, chat, you've fallen into the big problem with this case. That was my thought too. This is not what happened. The actual explanation is far stupider than that.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience caused to you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryonosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Deus ex or Susato ex machina. Excellent holiday coming there.
Please, wait!
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotaba, judicial assistance to the defense.
Makotaba?
In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped up in a furoshiki cloth.
Susanoo's theme also slaps. One more, let's go. One more part to this. I believe in us. There's probably about like an hour, maybe an hour and a half here. So we're just going to go super long. Ace Attorney is just going to go super long because cases take so long to deal with. So 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Asogi's theme. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. Ask for only 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Raptorus redeemed a spicy take. I mean... What spicy takes are there to have? Apart from this game rules. But that's ice cold. Everyone knows this game rules. I know, right? I don't actually know. You know, Raptorus? In the shocking turn of events, I really don't have a spicy take here. Because I just love this game too much. There's not really a lot of spice I can give you here. Because everything I've seen here is intensely plausible to my understanding of the Meiji period. And, right, the idea that that there is corruption caused by a desire to be perceived as legitimate and effective, that there is great delicacy with regarding interacting with Western powers, that there's a lot of old traditions that are quite bad. And the racism. The racism's right. But we are going to get into some interesting territory with the poison, so maybe we'll come up with something there. If you're okay with me holding off, I'll keep thinking of something. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment at all. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Hello. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed his papers. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with this case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh. No, of course not. Special characteristics of Kurara and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Kurara? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful! Thank you! A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at Yume University. Goodbye then, and good luck! Well, that long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Let's take a look. Synopsis. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters in the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. She was straight up just researching mysterious new poisons. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I would presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryonosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid. There's not very long until tea time, so I must politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Jezal Pratt, we understand you were doing research under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University. Doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curara, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curara, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curara before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curara. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. It is a real poison. It is used by multiple peoples in the Amazon rainforest as a hunting tool. So as far as it does, it actually is pretty spot on, and it was identified in the middle of the 19th century in Europe, and then was widely used in medical research by the end of the century. It is actually correct. So here's the spicy take. This game is actually really right, this game is simultaneously completely absurd and loves its puns, but also is a really, really spot on account of some of the trends in research and culture in the theoretical, kind of broad half-century time period that the game is able to take place in. Is that spicy enough for you? I feel like that's not controversial here, but perhaps it's controversial elsewhere. Order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curara has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems thus reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it was produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curara suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These operations are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Suzato's notes, Barry Mike, are perfect. Suzato has the greatest notes on the planet. Obviously I would have noticed a disturbance like that.
I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this poison enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he collapsed on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could largely go unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is deeply unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would almost look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison? This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahead, if I may. All these facts. You think you're... Yeah, that's fair. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Pratt, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for an heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the Great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules! What's so funny? Excuse me. Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Oh, yes. She totally discovered it. Definitely known. Hosonaga! Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish court romantics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. What are you doing? I would also like to point out at this time that Japan is larger than Great Britain in terms of landmass and population. Well, actually I think at the time they're about even in population, but certainly in terms of landmass, Japan is significantly larger than the island of Great Britain. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Raptorus. Again, you would think. But no. Yeah, that's fair. I don't like her either. I love to hate her. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. She did not poison the bullet. Thank you, Ada. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think you've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Nope. Nope, Niram. Not the glass, not the steak, not the bullet. The bottle itself is poisoned. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she... How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. But there has to have been poison in the bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. She is immune to iocane powder. Come on, Ryonosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water. The culprit did put Kurara poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious. Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? But I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No? After all... We don't speak English! That report is utter gibberish! This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section council. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? We've been hearing a lot about this Kurara poison. It's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean that there'll be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, wouldn't they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it only makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kurara enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Raptors, you are most likely correct that they would actually trim it out the section most closely to the infection site, but they are, they're fudging a little bit here. Miss Brett, you authored this research, you knew Kurara's special characteristics, and you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion!
Well, Ryonosuke, it turns out... Oh, yeah! You all didn't think that they were going to have a swan and not have the swan come to life. May we get a burb in the chat for the swan? You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see what's possibly. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curara is safe to ingest. Seems likely that its effects are neutered by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers. Yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Yeah, but he's got a wound in his mouth. Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they'd be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this curara poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right! Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside of me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Objection! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curara?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? This is the pursuit theme. I love it. The toxic effects of curara are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! It's the English woman. She just smashed that ball and let's bring her. What in the... Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of that water from the broken bottle as possible, at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, we'll soak up the water beautifully.
You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now if there really was poison in that bottle, or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who can show him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using karate. And then in order to frame Ryonosuke Norahoya for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Maximum gaslighting girl boss going on here. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryonosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryonosuke! Yes, we've come this far, but now, you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a valid piece of evidence, it's true. So there ain't clues left for us to use now. They must be in your head. My head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but you didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Ryonosuke! My sweet boy. How? So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Think back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryonosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smell off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... the obvious bloodstain. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if you perhaps took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day? Wait a minute, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I was supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes, for blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, while the shooter must have been standing opposite the professor as you were. Jezzail, Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
There is no exit wound. That's in the autopsy report. This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered, see it? This could be the moment my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? Took the steak that you've been eating, Miss Brett. Took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. I love Hosonaga so much. Though we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it, now! Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't! Quickly, Inspector, the blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right down the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. Very my God, did you want? What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may have finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Has it entered into record yet? No. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Oh yes, we absolutely do. There's some drama in this. Was the plate I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? No. No, Ryonosuke. We've got 3 pieces of absolute giga drama going on here. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. Seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So, this is the symbol of La Carnaval. Is it? Well, well, well. Is this a butterfly? Wait, chat. Chat. I believe you have a is this a butterfly meme. If not, I certainly do. Huh? What the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that's been talked about the Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bouillon. Bullion in bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means...
What? Koban. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryonosuke. And hello, Tetsuo. Good to see you. A Koban coin underneath the steak? There's only one logical explanation. And that logical explanation is... I need to see the bite marks on this steak. Look at the teeth. Look at the teeth on this steak. The sheer drama of the teeth marks. Is this just the Koban again? Yeah, it is. Boo. We're good. This is it now. I've lost. Ryonosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in the trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? The Bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this play a stake reveal any other clues at all? Yes, I can. Exactly. Real partnership. Ryonosuke needs to believe in the cosmos that believes in Ryonosuke. Your Excellency, please wait. This play a stake is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Now. Oscudo, do you really think this is Giselle Brett's beefsteak? Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban. Yes, I know it's that. Wait, did you say a Hoei Koban? This is extraordinary, though. This means... Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoei one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant that day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life! I don't know what this is, but I want no part in it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat could have been simply a decoration for the restaurant. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to this case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, I just essentially asked the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person who it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Correctusan. as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Yeah, sorry, it's a pun. I hate to break it to you, Giselle.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency.
Remember him saying he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the whole way out of Koban, my prized coin.
Then this Hoeyar Koban, do you mean to tell me?
No, please, why would Kurokuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking you to bring Kurokuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him.
Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. We're finally in the endgame of this stupid thing. It lasts so long.
I can't believe we're coming back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that's a key element to this case.
Chekhov's Koban. I know, right? Over 4 hours for the tutorial. And the first tutorial at that.
What's all this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. I went cast from this courtroom myself. I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Ryonosuke shop owner's existence.
Be that as may, Kurokuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Ryonosuke...
Yeah! Yes, that's it! The very exact one that is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. The knife! Who let him bring a knife? It can't be!
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere.
We found the coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Luckily, it's gold, and gold is non-reactive, so the coin is fine, it just needs to be washed.
Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident.
Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a meat plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga.
I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. Someone else to know us, there is a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurokuta-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurokuta-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yasanosa? What? How? How dare you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido was the mastermind behind all of this. Can't we get a D colon in the chat? Copy Ido's face. Capital D colon. You push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Yes! Gasparu! Ah! Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. I like that his mustache is ruined for the rest of the time. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? Waluigi time! Wah! I understand that the temporary increases in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. The conflicts that recently ended, by the way, are the colonization of Korea and Taiwan. These are not good conflicts. They kinda just gloss over this. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. So that's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steakhouse halfway through devouring when it happened. That plate is his steak. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. T-pose! May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It certainly appears to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. How do you get a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. No nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. It does have clear steak marks. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Judge. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryonosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for drinking. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jive with me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it now, it will be too late. The trial will be over. Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat, the sheer nonsense of this sounds me blah 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 blah. I'm sorry, my voice is failing. As for biting into a steak, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there spells an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? The steak that Miss Brett had been eating on before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Does something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claimed, would contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the life was ravenously hungry. Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've had enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryonosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason with the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that the teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You didn't know the meaning of the phrase. Hey, you destroyed our last conclusive evidence, Giselle Brett. Stop it. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd! The trial has run several hours already! Are you saying there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be! I don't believe you have it! I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention was focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Kuroko-san's coin, shows that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something to me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detectives made as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nose's meal. But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentleman doesn't take bites out of his steak, nor does she have any opportunities to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it! To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian have a murder line in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hit the coin underneath it. Then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If I decided to investigate my side of me, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing! It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. That's unbelievable! Sheath's baby. Lewer's fan. Unleashes Swan. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swung the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant! So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means that you took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Early in the trial you told the court this. You said that you not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. And that to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Exactly. All he did was tamper with the murder scene to conceal grand larceny. Easy. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slap of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the place. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not all that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you? No? You're the one who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Hey, look at that. Sorry for keeping you. How convenient for us. Here's the other steak and his plate. Please feel free to examine it. The bloodstain is clearly visible, look. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Yeah. That's right. Miss Jezile Brett. It's you! Alright, chat. Breakdown time. You thought Yes and Nosa's breakdown was good? Done by a Japanese. Me. By a Japanese schoolboy. No.
Wait, wait. I love it so much. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened this day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the Professor's life using Curara. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The Professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to kill the Professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in the water, as Curara is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I had never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the Professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I'd ordered in front of him, make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the Professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. I'm sorry, chat. I'm really sorry to have to interrupt, but I will be back in just a moment. We will finish this off. BRB. We'll give you like 1 minute. Too much tea. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact you decided to come over to greet the Professor meant that I lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. Apologies for that. T got the better of me. How are you unnoticed wearing this? In due course, the Professor took a sip of water and was paralyzed. Made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the Professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the Professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the Professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Norohoda-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the Professor and his chair around. Because of course, you need to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. She's a professional, Barry Mike.
So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency, I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
I don't know. This case kind of barely hangs together, I'll be honest. It would seem. This trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution has an agreement?
This can't be! Takatsuchi Aochi does not lose! Not the likes of this rookie student!
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Ryonosuke Naruhodo!
Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten!
You have become conceited with Age Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Nero? It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryonosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
I thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi.
Yes?
After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryonosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryonosuke Naruhodo not guilty. And we get Sakura petals instead of confetti. Hooray! Exactly. He lost a duel in the courtroom, therefore he loses the top knot as a mark of disgrace. We did it. That's totally how it works, and will have no repercussions down the line whatsoever. This court is now adjourned. Look, it's Ace Attorney logic. Don't apply the rules of, like, weapons law, assault with deadly weapons, honor code, any of that stuff here. None of it applies. No, none of it matters. Because why do that when anime story boyfriend can be incredibly anime swordy?
I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial.
Ryonosuke! You finally pulled it off. Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma.
No, it was a pleasure to watch you. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki for the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, that was Susato.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistants. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words really should be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistance to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yuma University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba does study overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you work together?
I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides... It's your turn, Osogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Osogi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes.
That reminds me. What's happened to the woman? To Jezile Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes. Her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all.
She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Jezile Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm sure of that.
But why not?
It's a matter of consular jurisdiction.
Inspector Hosonaga?
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch.
I must but what's all this about consular jurisdiction?
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now we've signed the Friendship Treaty. This is actually true. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation in 1894 did end consular jurisdiction for foreigners citizens of each country living in the other spot. Another bit where they actually super did their research here. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that.
Oh, can't they?
Yes, she's a student, but doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on.
So, Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
I'm afraid for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it! The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously.
But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. KJ, we're so close to done, but I understand. Have a good night.
One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the justice she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryonosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Nahoto-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. Shizato, come out for drinks with us. It's fine. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. Suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryonosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin again. I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet he'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Well, come on, be serious! If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial, but you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again! I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryonosuke. Do you know what is the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? You would think, but you would be wrong. No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then. Well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryonosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is? You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've explained some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that too. So, my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Makotaba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Just gotta roast Hosonaga-san there one more time. And we finish. And thus we finish our stream for today. Chat, I hope you enjoyed as much as I did, because this was freaking excellent.
I adore this game. I adore this game so much. It's so good. It's so good. So, we'll be back with this on Sunday. This next case is a little bit shorter, so hopefully we'll be able to do the same thing again, do the whole thing. But next stream's going to be on Friday, where we'll be back with God of War. And then Sunday's going to be more of this, and then Tuesday's going to be more Pyre. So, I'll make sure the schedule is updated tomorrow to be accurate, but you can always join the Discord. In order to see the most up-to-date version of the schedule. And once again, thanks to our patrons who support the channel. If you want to become a patron yourself, you can over at patreon.com/LudoHistory. And otherwise, thank you all for the support today. It was lovely and excellent. To anyone who stuck around from the raid, or came in anyone else, I hope we'll see you again in the near future for more streams, or for more of this. Until then, have a good night, everyone, and ciao.